Good evening, everyone. Welcome back for the grand finale, and I do mean grand, of Black Void into the Oblivious Depths. What a ride it has been. I am your GM, Colin, at Colonomicon on Twitter and other places, including here on Twitch. And I will be crying, probably. Knowing me, I'll probably yell at somebody at some point. It's going to be rough, but we're all here to do it together. So, before I get into introducing our players and setting up where we're going to be headed this episode, I have a few sponsors to tell you all about, the people who make this channel run, really. This season, we are very, very grateful to be sponsored by Christopher Gray, author of Great American Witch, Great American Novel, Happiest Apocalypse on Earth, who has sponsored our Great American Witch game on Monday nights that Lydia runs. Lydia at Half Hours Tournament is our tech this evening. Give us some tentacle hearts in chat for Lydia for making all the stuff behind the scenes work. We much appreciate our Lydia. We are also sponsored by Broken Dice Games, Black Void Games, creator of this game you're about to see. Mighty Narwhal, Smunchy Games, creator of Parslings that Anna runs, and you can catch the finale of tomorrow. Or no, not finale. Anna, is it finale?
Tomorrow's the 9th episode. Finale's next week.
Okay.
Finale
sorry, yeah,
for
I wasn't sure
Parslings
what the
is next
schedule
week.
was.
Yeah.
Yes. So catch the penultimate episode, which, going by Game of Thrones rules, is always the most important one anyway. So always catch episode 9.
I have plans.
I thought you might. Our episode 9 was pretty heavy. Anna's probably will be too. We are also sponsored by Game Machinery and the wonderful Evil Hat Productions, who make all kinds of stuff. All things that are great, but including Fate of Cthulhu, which we ran on the channel this season. We are also sponsored by Dungeon Dice, and we have a discount code for you. Is it? I don't remember the command. That's the one. If you want some more shiny clickety-clackities, you can go to dicedungeons.com and use discount code Penny for a Tale. Get yourself 10% off on some shiny math rocks. 10 cents. Come on. We are also sponsored this season by Grinding Coffee, a Black LGBT plus owned coffee business that makes some bomb-ass coffee, and you should absolutely buy it. Most of this crew, I think, by now has gotten a hold of some Grinding Coffee. It's good. It's real good. Are you drinking it right now, Anna? Which one'd you get?
Yes, but I made it into a latte. It's the one that has turtle in the name. I don't remember the exact name, but it has turtle in it. It's really gummy.
Get
nice
the turtle coffee.
Taste to it. Yeah.
Liv has the bourbon blend, which sounds fantastic. Yeah, definitely get their coffee. And if you're into that sort of thing, then also use discount code Penny for a Tale over there and get yourself 10% off your order, your first order. Okay, so before I get into recap, let us introduce our surviving crew members. Well, okay, Sana's not. You know what I mean. So.
Wow.
Wow.
Somebody woke up this morning and chose violence, I see. Okay, that's
it's
how it is.
Finale day, you gotta choose violence. So, and it pains me to say, for the last time, I give to you your crew. Beginning to my right with Wally. Who you playing, Wally?
Sup, y'all? It is me, Wally, your favorite internet non-binary slime best friend that will not watch the finale without you. Even though you said I won't be able to watch it with you day of the finale because I got to do overtime, I'm going to be like, all right, cool, I'll just DVR it. We can watch it later on. And then you're like, but don't you worry about spoilers? I'm like, spoilers are spoilers, man. You know, gotta live in that experience. Yeah, I won't watch the finale as well.
So nice.
That is so nice. Will you be the
It's
friend
like-
that
I mean,
also
look.
like consciously avoids spoilers, like won't go on Twitter for a little while just to make sure you can experience it together?
I am
Oh,
100%. I
honey.
would 100% do that. I would go out of my way to make sure I avoid spoilers. But with my luck, I know I will see one. I am playing Oshan, your favorite shark boy, who is going through some. You know what? No, he's not going through things. He has had the crown of leadership thrust upon his head, and he has no idea what he's going to do with it right now. But he doesn't even know that the crown of leadership has been thrust upon his head yet. So, hey, let's see how that happens.
Yeah.
And they are aware that his family might be coming here, and the void demons out there. We gotta stop them. There's so many things going on, y'all. Oh, my poor boy.
You got a lot of problems. Yeah,
Oh,
you got a lot of problems to deal with.
Yeah.
All right, Shark Boy, or Guppy, I believe you were called last week.
I've been called Guppy before.
We will miss Liv and her sick burns.
Who's
All
gonna
right.
throw the insults without Liv here?
I
Step up to the
know.
plate, Yara.
I'm good.
Well, speaking of, and for the last time, Stella.
Hi, everybody. Oh, I have like a weight on my heart now. Why you gotta say it like that? Hi, everybody.
Gotta bring
I'm Stella
solemnity to the
Luna.
occasion.
Oh, I feel it. Oh, just end us now. Just, oh gosh. Okay,
Just do it.
Just do it. Just rip the band-aid off. I'm
Do
Stella
it, do
Luna
it
here
now.
on- Oh my gosh. That's my Twitter. I'm playing Yara. Yep. She's a lizard girl, and her chicken girlfriend ran away. So we're gonna
Yeah.
see what happens there.
Oh.
Your
Yeah.
well, your almost girlfriend? I don't know what to. Where would you say you left things?
Definitely a lot of wishful thinking.
Yeah.
But you
In
did
another
both
life.
say you loved each other, so
You
there's
did.
that.
You did.
You know, not that I'm keeping an entire notebook full of notes about everything that we all have
I mean,
said
that
this
counts.
entire season. Yeah,
You
I mean,
did
like,
confess
That's a big
big
one.
deal. You did.
That's a big step.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well-
Gigi in chat said, leave it to a couple of girls. Say I love you and never get together.
Oh.
Oh,
It hurts
I
because
hate
it's
how
true.
real that is.
Too
my
dang
God.
real.
Also, I got 99 problems, and the Void Demon is all of them. Is also very accurate.
Very accurate.
All right, Yara, you've had a rough time, but time to bring it home. And finally, for the last time, my best good friend Anna. Anna, how you doing? Who you playing?
Anna is doing. Tis good. Tis fine. Anna's having a bit of a Zohar week in real life, but it's all good because we're here to do that in the story where it's fun, even though it's also
Did you
sad.
get a void parasite?
Me- No, well,
No.
not a new one, anyways, that we know of yet. But yeah, I'm playing Zohar today. She is our space void-faring mom friend who will, oh gosh, all of my intros are turning into Wally's things, who will give you the extra brewed tea leaf things from out the bottom of the teapot because your name's Weha and you really like to chew that stuff because it's got a grassy little funk to it. And she will save those just for you. And yeah, the Void Demon, the 99 problems are in her head and fucking with her brain a lot. So we'll see where that leads us,
Yep.
I guess.
Yeah.
It's going somewhere. I don't know where, but
Our patient zero, where the Void Demon began. The Typhoid Mary of the crew. But she a tough lady. She been through a lot. So I have every confidence in her. Hold on, I'm just looking up something. Okay, so with character introductions out of the way, let me do a little recap. Like I said, probably a little more extensive than I normally do, just in case you are joining us for just the finale. It sometimes happens. I want to catch everybody up to speed on where we are. So, these 3 are the remaining 3 of 4. 4 who set out from the planet of Aniar on a mission from the Todd Consortium. The Todd Consortium is an intergalactic shipping company and essentially colonizing organization, kind of like a Dutch East India Company in space, that seeks out to find new worlds to populate. This mission was the first mission made up of a crew entirely or primarily of humans. Varying degrees of human. Zohar is the only vanilla human, but then even then not really. But humans. And their mission was to find a new home for humans to inhabit. Humans are lost in this universe. They have no home of their own. They have no planet to call their own. They are essentially refugees. And this mission was to find them somewhere to go. The crew had an itinerary of several planets to check out. They did. Some were better than others. None were really safe or good for habitation. All but the last one. A planet that was codenamed Azure Savannah. The crew, throughout their journey to the Hazy Eden, the Amber Ocean, the border world that borders the Void, they've been followed, tracked all the way, and harried by a sentient parasite that lives in Zohar's mind. This sentient parasite comes from the Void, the other dimension through which they travel to get through space. The sentient parasite jumped from crew member to crew member, from Zohar to Navari to Weha, and eventually to their commander, Sanha. What it wanted from them was not known until recently. But, as of last episode, the Void Parasite has revealed its endgame. It wanted to make a home for Zohar, to pay her back for all the time that it gave it a home inside her mind. That home would be populated by her loved ones, the whole crew, all of their loved ones, a safe little hideaway on the other side of the galaxy where they could all be together again. However, the planet of Aniar, where they left from, has been taken completely over by the Void Parasite. The entire planet is infected, and the Void Parasite intends to enlighten them, as it says, which is to essentially turn them into a void being, much like itself. When we last left the crew, they had arrived on Azure Savannah and found to their horror that it was populated already with humans, other humans. How the humans got here, they're not sure yet, but out of fear of spreading the Void Parasite to this fledgling planet of humans, the party decided to stay on the ship and work out their differences. Did not go well. Their commander, Sana, who was infected, wanted to go out. No one else wanted her to. It came to blows. There was an attempted mutiny. Sana eventually backed off, went to her cabin. Whereupon she opened the window, climbed out, and just started running off into the sunset. Meanwhile, Navari, their mystic who had been infected by the Void Parasite, had begun the process of enlightenment. The crew heard her scream. O'Shawn ran to her chambers and found her skull splitting open. As she emerged from her body as a wisp, very similar to the shadow people that the crew had encountered on Hazy Eden, the first planet that they visited. These extra-dimensional beings from the void. And that's where we are right now. O'Shawn, you have just witnessed Navari fading away before your eyes. She was howling with pain, clutching at her head, when light began to emerge through cracks in her skin and her skull. The cracks widened and broke, and emerging from that skull comes this wisp. Her body slumps to the ground, falls over lifeless, as this being raises its shoulders up and back and stands, moves its head up and down. It is still somehow recognizably Navari. It's something in the face of which there is somewhat of one. It's like a being almost made of smoke. But it still seems like Navari. Somehow. It's like you recognize her essence. But as it stands, it turns its head to you. It looks at you. It doesn't really have eyes, but it feels like it's looking inside you, examining your mind, probing for weakness, looking for an opening. And though it does not have much of a face, as it stares at you and stares through you, you feel a presence in your mind. You've never spoken with this being before. You only know what Navari and Zohar and Weha have told you of it. But you feel it there with you now, as if you are alone in the dark under a single spotlight, and that this face is floating out in the darkness that surrounds you. And you feel it speak.
Do you fear me?
No. I don't fear you.
Why?
Because I was trained all my life. I was trained all my life to face the unknown and be prepared for the unknown. One does not fear the unknown. One just anticipates it.
You were different than the others. Do you know that?
I don't follow.
They fear what they do not understand. I have told them so all the while. Zohar could not trust me because she could not understand me. Sana trusted me without understanding me. You don't understand me at all, and you're not afraid.
In my trainings, as I said, I've been trained to face the unknown. And once the absence of fear leaves the body, that fear turns into anticipation and preparedness, into more mental fortitude. Yes, I have my fears, I have my anxieties, but in the case of you, no, I don't fear you, and I don't fear you because, as I said, I don't understand you. All I know is that, honestly, you have caused this trip to be very stressful in your own ways.
It was never intended. I don't understand you either. I don't understand any of you. The way your minds work is mysterious to me. You think only in cause and effect. When the world, the universe, is so much wider than that. These causal chains stretch back farther than you could imagine. I simply see things with a longer view. And while I don't understand your conceptions of morality, I believe, from what I understand of them, that I have done the right thing in bringing you all here. Have I done wrong?
No, you haven't. No, you haven't done wrong, but also you have done wrong.
That is a
Do you
contradiction.
understand that? Well, no, yes, it is a contradiction, yes, but your actions have been a contradiction, not to, in your mind, of course, but to those, well, let's take the example of Zohar. She does not understand you, but at the same time, she understands you the most, that of everyone here on this ship. But the idea that of you had your best intentions in mind with everything you did, but you still, if this was your plan altogether, the stress, the danger we've been through ever since we've gone from planet to planet, if this was your intent, the process to the intent has been even more frightful than the result.
I was safe. I made sure none of you got hurt.
Yes,
I even
you were safe.
sent a crew. I sent a crew ahead to make sure that this planet was safe and habitable.
Yes, but in a case like this, once again, it goes back to what you said before. Yes, you had the intent, you set out the plans and you set out the precautions, but still, it was an unknown. And you say humans, we don't react to the unknown very well. We either panic in the face of it, or we just weather it and deal with it when we get there, or we prepare ourselves for whatever the unknown may be it mind, be it body, or any resources they may have.
Perhaps I do not understand. I have tried. But just as I am incomprehensible to you, you will remain incomprehensible to me. That is to be the way
May I ask you a question?
If you don't mind a difficult answer.
No, I don't mind a difficult answer. Honestly, it is quite interesting to speak with you. Everyone else has spoken with you but myself. And honestly, I always wanted to speak with you. I always wanted to find out more about you, find out why you're doing all this. What is your purpose? What is all of this? But, well, you've explained it to me. But I feel like maybe I should still ask you one question. Or two.
Yes. What is it?
You care for Zohar, don't you?
I don't know exactly what that means. But from what I understand, yes, I do. We do.
They say people do drastic things in the name of love. I know the concept of love is not something you could comprehend. Perhaps it is. I am not sure how you work. But when someone really cares about someone, and they mean a lot to them, they'll make a lot of sacrifices for them. They will do things they never thought they could capable of doing. They may even hurt people in the process. I am not here to judge you. I'm not going to judge you for everything, anything at all, but it sounds like to me that you truly love Zohar, and you truly wanted to make her happy. And in that, you made very drastic, dangerous moves. I apologize to tell you this also, but because of your drastic and dangerous moves, she does not trust you anymore. Perhaps maybe she can. But you've hurt her. I'm not sure if that registers with you. But you did.
We, I am upset, I believe. Only because
Good.
we believe that we understood. And plainly we do not.
Good. That frustration, that anger you feel, that upset you feel, learn from it. And that feeling you have right now, it is frustration because what you thought was with the best intents wasn't the best outcome. And now you've hurt someone. And that is what now you're feeling is probably guilt. What you have set into motion has already been set into motion, and nothing can change that. But what you can do to fix it is try to fix the relationship you have with Zohar. If you do anything.
We are only the beginning. There are so many of us now. We cannot stand against all of them. There are billions. I am only the first. Sohar would not forgive me for all of this. Would she?
Well, once again, that's an unknown. You won't know unless you ask her.
You are exceptional.
No. I'm not exceptional. I'm just another human inside of this great tapestry that is the universe.
Yes.
We're all different. We all have our things to offer.
You are what you were made. Yes.
Well, yes and no. I was made. Well, no, that's a odd way of putting it. I wasn't made to be a warrior. I was a concept. I was a product. I was a product between two people who cared so deeply about each other that they wanted to create more of them as a representation of their love. And here I am. I was made to be a symbol, a representation of their love, and a representation of our family, and to spread that love and representation out into the rest of the galaxy. Well, I don't know if I ever will, or maybe that was their intent, but that was my purpose, intent originally. But then I chose my own path. I chose what I wanted to do. Yes, they trained me to be a warrior, but I wanted to be an artist. I wanted to be a thinker. My body has been forged to a degree that I can fight anything, but also I enjoy reading. I enjoy writing. And I believe you too can do that. Yes, you're the first, but also you're the first to possibly have these thoughts that you're having right now. And I think at this point right now, I think you should really consider what you want to do with these new thoughts and these new feelings you have.
We were made. From where? I can only say the void. But we were made to spread. It is what we do. We multiply. We divide. We take over. Just like you humans. We are
Sadly,
here
that is our
to
nature.
pass on ourselves to the next generation. I have propagated myself more so than any of my kind in recent memory. I was made to propagate to those whose minds were ready to accept the enlightenment of the void. I have taken the column. The column will be enlightened. The humans, writ large, are not ready. Your minds are too weak to be enlightened. But you are exceptional.
I need you to roll.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna need you to roll a willpower contest.
All right.
Yeah, do not forget your reroll.
Yeah. All right. Whew. Willpower. Oh, that is a 19.
Holy shit! Okay. I don't think I can beat that. Let me see. Okay, I could.
Wait, no. I rolled the wrong dice. Hold up.
You rolled a
D20
D20?
Yes.
Oh,
yes, I rolled
Wally.
D20.
Same, like, how the hell
Yes.
did you do that?
Yeah. This time I got a 15. because I rolled a 12 and my willpower is +3.
Okay, mine is +3 also. So if I roll a d12 on this,
Yeah.
I will meet you. So let's see. I'm going to do it in the Roll20 dice roller. I rolled a 9.
Oh.
I saw the 12 for a second and I went insane. Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah, I also screamed internally. So, Sean, you feel this presence in your mind start to spread. It's like it's in the base of your skull talking to you, and you start to feel it run down your back like cold water, and the just ice in your veins that spreads out to your fingertips and to the bottoms of your toes and all throughout your core. It feels as if there's just cold fluid running through you that is pulsating, and you feel your fingers flex a bit like it's testing them. It pushes further, and you grip your fists and flex them, and you feel your shoulders move and your arms extend a moment. And it hurts. It's this internal pain, this cold from within you. And it's this dull, aching throb that you feel in every one of your joints. And with your... Well, tell me, actually, with your physical prowess, how do you fight this off? What does Oshan physically do to resist the influence?
As soon as he starts to feel, this feeling, he takes his sword and he sets it on the ground, and then he sits down. He closes his eyes and he starts doing a very calm breathing. And the more he breathes, the more it looks like it's less and less like he is breathing. And then it gets to the point where it just looks like he is not breathing at all. And he's just, his eyes are open and he is just staring forward and he is not breathing at all. It's that feel, it's like that sight when you see a shark swimming in the water towards you, and it is just drifting towards you slowly, and those walled eyes are just staring at you. And that is that same thing that Oshan, that state that he's in right now. And he just lets out one final breath, and his whole body just flexes all at once. And you see that chill that was going down his body is represented leaving his body, like frost just breaks off of his body for that moment. And he lets out a slow breath. Yes, I am exceptional. But it's only because of the things I have experienced, the things I have learned, things people have taught me. All of humanity, they are exceptional. Everyone in this universe is exceptional in their own way. This is a horrible way for you to experience the uniqueness of this universe, because there's so much more out there that you can experience, but not like this. Just remember, you are the first one. You are also the first who can break the chain. You're muted.
What does it mean to you to be afraid? What is fear?
Well, I take fear Fear is the body telling you that the situation you're about to face is serious, and you should not take this lightheartedly. That is what I see fear as.
Then I am afraid.
Everyone is afraid. Everyone is afraid of doing new things. But we won't know the result unless we do them. And if you don't do anything about it, well, that feeling you have is going to be with you forever. Even after you turn every single person into an enlightened person. That voice in the back of your head will tell you forever, what if I didn't do this? And that's never going to leave you.
We will leave you now.
It was wonderful talking to you.
And it just fades away. Like someone awkwardly backing out of a room to avoid a conversation. The wisp that emerged from Navari drifts away, and it just sort of fades into the sunlight. It's not like dissipating smoke. It just sort of goes transparent and is gone. And you are left alone with Navari's body. But for right now, we're going to leave you and head over to Zohar. Because Zohar, where we left you, you had been going to check on Sana. You were following Sana when the Void Demon came to you. And as you stand on the deck, the main deck of the ship, you see that Sana's door to her cabin is closed. But you do not hear anything from within. What do you do?
I'm gonna knock pretty softly on the door and just call out, Commander? Commander, are you in there? Are you awake?
You hear nothing but the sound of a light breeze.
Can I try the door? Is it unlocked?
It is. I don't remember Sana saying she
All
locked
right.
the door.
I'm going in.
You open the door to Sana's cabin. You see the source of that sound. The window is open. There is a coiled bedsheet tied, hanging down out of the window. A rappel. Sana's bed sits beside that window. And on Sana's bed, there is a piece of paper laying there with writing. And a quill pen and a bottle of ink spilled on the mattress.
Gonna pick it up and read it.
pick up the note, and you see Sana's handwriting, hastily scrawled across the page. The bottom of the paper is stained with ink, where she clearly knocked over the bottle in her haste. Quickly wiped it off. And you look at it, and you haven't seen Sana's handwriting much, but she has this sort of curly, bubbly handwriting that does look just like how you remember Tala's. She wrote with a little bit of attitude, just like your youngest. And you read the letter.
Away. Yes, I can admit that is exactly what I'm doing. I have to leave, and I think you can all agree it's for the best. While you may not believe me, my desire to go explore this planet wasn't solely due to the creature's influence. I have desperately, all my life, needed a space of my own, with no expectations, no pressures, no one waiting to see me fail. This planet seems to present me with that opportunity, and I have to go after it. However, I do apologize for not realizing earlier that you all had given me the very thing I needed. You all saw me for exactly who and what I am, and sometimes I think you saw it all too clearly, and that scared me. I'm sorry I was so scared, too scared to take the hand that you all stretched out to me until it was too late. This is my opportunity, though, and I will not hesitate this time. I hope you can all understand me, if not forgive me. Take care of each other. Zohar, be gentle with yourself. Oshan, be the leader that I couldn't be. And Yara, I love you.
I want to say that she picked it up and was getting ready to read it, and then realizing what this was, went back to, the central area and called everybody together so that we got to do this together.
Yeah. I believe we left Oshan and Yara in the galley. So
Yeah.
you run back in with the letter. And Yara, Oshan, you've just heard Sana's last words to you.
I see. Well, I'll be taking over as command now. We have our mission. We know what we need to do next. We have one opportunity right now. We need to take it.
When you say you know what we need to do next, you mean, what do you mean?
Well, we have an idea how to send this thing back, correct?
Mm-hmm.
The void, it's this creature, the void parasite. It's very confused right now. It is unsure what it wants to do. And I think it's now weighing on its shoulders what it did right now. But that does not mean we cannot miss out on the opportunity to send it back, regardless. I don't know if it's going to change its mind and try to fix this, but we still need to do our part instead of sitting around waiting for them to do something. I just hope it makes the right choice.
So, you both stay here. I'll take it back home.
I'd rather you did not go alone in this. In this situation, we all need to be together and support each other.
I think that while the two of you are talking, Yara is the last one to read the letter, and she's just holding it. And you see that she's shaking. She's reading the same line over and over again. And just inexplicably, she balls it up, and she's very aggressive as she does that, and she puts the whole thing in her mouth, and she just swallows it. She just stares at the floor.
There is also one more thing I need to share with all of you. Navari, they have become enlightened.
What does that mean?
They have shed their physical form and they are now a being of energy. Do you remember the shadow creatures we encountered on the first planet we visited?
Yes, I do.
It looked something like that.
Did she attack you?
No. She didn't. They didn't attack me at all. The only thing that occurred was I spoke with the void parasite.
Wait, you spoke with it like in your is it in your mind now as well?
Yes, they attempted to take a hold of me, but I didn't let it.
Okay.
Just Zohar. Listen to them the next time they speak to you. Don't ask questions. Just listen to them.
Okay.
Now, we have our mission. We're all going to go together.
No. I'm doing this again. We're not.
Yeah, we are. And
No,
I don't
we're
even
not.
care that Sana didn't say anything about me in that letter. I mean, I was a little bit miffed about that, a little bit, but I'm over it now. It's fine. We weren't that close. I get it. No big deal. But no, we're totally going with you.
There is nothing left for me on this planet.
There's nothing left for you back on Aniar either. Oshan, your family is here.
Yes, but my family is
Yara,
also
living
in
things,
this.
things that you can study and learn about are here.
Well, hey, to be fair, we don't actually know who's here yet at all. We have to go check that out. But, Zohar, one thing I can't tell you is that you don't know how to pilot this ship. And I do. So if you're getting somewhere, Wolway has going with you. I'm in it with you too, Zohar. I got this thing in there and it's acting real weird. I want to get rid of it, and I believe that you can do it. You just are going to need help. We've been through some scraps. We can make it.
I don't even know where it is we're making it to or what it is we're making it to.
Well, it's like
I don't know what's
Yara
on the
said.
other side of that tear.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point. Find out together.
There is only one way to get more information.
Yeah, but Oshan just told me not to ask it any questions next time.
No, I misspoke.
I have a few.
Yes, you should ask a question, Zohar. But also, you need to listen to it. Because it told me. Actually, no, it's not my place to tell you, actually. I'm sorry. This is something you have to hear from them.
All right.
Just trust me, please.
I do trust you.
So, just for planning purposes, because I got to get the ship, ready to fly or ready to sail and whatnot. Do we want to find out who's here before we go?
Yes. We
Okay.
should find out who's there, but...
Well, Yara, Oshan, you don't have the thing, so maybe you two are safe. Go out there.
I will
Sean looks
conduct
over at Yara.
a thorough investigation.
Okay.
It looks like he was about to ask her if they were fine enough to go outside, but that answer was enough for him.
Yeah, Yara has definitely hardened. She looked like she was teetering on the verge of tears or just having a tantrum, as she is just completely turned cold.
Yeah. All right, well, I can get the ship ready to sail, and we can be ready to go. All right.
Okay.
Yara
For one,
will
one for all that stuff.
immediately just slide out of the room.
Where you going?
I'm gonna free Vax onto this planet. I'm gonna try to do it in a way where I do it where Oshan doesn't realize what's happening.
Oh my
So
God,
Vax was back in
Yara!
your room. Yara. Vax was back in your room. He's in your individual chamber. So 1 second. Let's go check in with our buddy Vax.
Then
So as you slide out of the room, moonwalk your way away from awkward conversation.
shh, bye everybody. Yeah. There's no way that Yara is gonna take Vax to Aniar. So this is the only other option.
Yeah. Before you do this, just want to say thank you to chat. We had our first retweet goal, so that is going to be a boon that they are owed. Now's a good time for it. So, all right. You come back to your chamber, and Vax, you see that the floor is completely clean. Which is weird, because last time you were here, you were pulling up all the plants and throwing them on the ground. And you see Vax curled up in the corner with just like some grasses like hanging out of the corner of his mouth, and he has just like a big full belly, and he's laying on his side like half asleep, kind of like running in his sleep a little bit, and he's just snoozing peacefully, and he's just in his sleep just going brr, brr,
Yara
brr,
skitters up and she rubs his belly and scritches his ears and says,
brr.
Vax, wake up. Wake up. I have an important task for you. We are going somewhere very, very dangerous, and I need you to stay on this planet. You will find a good home here. I hope. I don't know. I haven't done an assessment, but it will perhaps be better than where we are going. You will probably die.
And he kind of sits up, his big full belly, and it's like, and he walks a little closer to you and nuzzles you.
Oh. You are such a good creature. It's scritch. Here, come with me. I'm just gonna like try to drag him out of my room, just push him if I have to. Gotta get him off the ship before anybody notices.
Make a strength contest.
Oh my god. Okay, my strength is -2.
Woo!
That is an 11, so 9.
9. You do have rerolls.
I will reroll.
Okay.
This is life or
one
death
reroll.
for you, my friend. I rolled another 11.
Another 11,
9.
so another 9. All right. You want to use your boon to get him out of here? And I can promise without anybody noticing also. That would be the truth.
Oh, okay. Oh, I feel like that's too much for me to take all and without. We're gonna need
Anna's
that.
disagreeing in green room chat right now. Anna says save
Okay,
Vax.
we're gonna use the boon.
Okay. How do you smuggle Vax off the ship?
Yara takes like her blanket and just puts it on Vax, and then just shoves him up. And she's really quick about it. So she's definitely limber, and she's been around this ship for quite some time now. So she knows a quick way down. And yeah, she's just gonna straight up like go up to like one of the small dinghy life raft boat things on the side on the top and just literally put Vax in it and just like let it go.
Oh.
Oh no.
So you drop Vax in the little you have that rowboat that you guys use when you're on the border world, like a lifeboat type thing, and drop Vax in, covered in a little blankie.
Yep.
And he seems very confused and agitated, and he keeps like squirming in the blanket, trying to get out of your arms. And he's trying to like get his little paws out and wrap around you, but you kind of have to finagle him a little bit to keep him a little bit away and get him in the boat.
Please. Get in the boat.
And when he gets in the boat, he shakes off the blanket, and he kind of stands on all fours and looks his head up at you, and he looks like mad, like, why are you doing this to me? And he kind of pouts, and he growls a little bit. But as you let the lifeboat go... Oh, go ahead, please.
Do you remember on the planet, you lost all control of your senses? It might be like that on the place we are going. So I am doing this for you. Let go.
And as you let go of the lifeboat, and it starts to fall down to the ground, Vax's growls, his snarls, turn into a howl. A long, mournful howl.
I hope that you can find Sanha and that you can be happy together. Bye.
The lifeboat. Did you just let it go? Just
Okay,
fall?
so I said that for dramatic effect, but probably not, because I don't think that's very smart. No, but she's like aggressively
Might get hurt.
lowering it down. Yeah.
Yeah. And it hits the ground, and he spins around a few times in there like he's chasing his tail. Like he's hoping you'll bring him back up. He sits up on his hind legs, looks up at you expectantly, waiting for you to raise it again. And then he howls again and lays down in the lifeboat a minute. Curls up in that blanket. And you see him sort of waiting to be acknowledged. And he like peeks an eye open and looks up at you.
Step away from the edge of the ship.
And if you were still looking down there, you turn and look away. Avert your eyes from Vax. And after a good long while, Vax sees that you're not coming back. And he picks up that blanket in his mouth. And he puts one kind of tentative paw outside of the boat and touches the ground with his foot very lightly, very gingerly. And then the other one. And then a hind leg, and then the other hind leg. And just feels the ground against him. And then he bites that blanket, puts it in his mouth, and just begins to trot. Not run, but just trot away into the distance, dragging that blanket alongside with him as he goes. And you see
Yara's like, she's
see
like
him
just away
disappear.
from the
Okay.
edge.
Okay.
Oh
Okay,
no! She just, oh god, she wants to look so bad. She wants to see if he's there, if he's leaving. But she knows if he even keeps her, he's gonna stay. So she's just battling herself right there on the top of the ship. She doesn't even look at him when he's like going out into the distance. She can't look, not even a little bit.
He reaches a line of trees, and with that blanket hanging from his mouth, he turns and looks back toward the ship one more time. And he sees you from this distance, but with your back to him. And he just picks up the blanket again and sadly trots into the woods and away. What's Yara doing with her back to the edge of the ship? What's her face look like? What is she going through?
I think her complexion turns that shallow, kind of translucent shade again. You can see some of her veins and some of the sinew and tendons of her body just showing through her skin. She's just got her hands balled up in front of her, pressing her fingernails into her palms, and she's mad. She's mad that Sanha left her. She's mad that things are not going the way that she was hoping. But she knows that there's something that needs to be done. And there's no way she's gonna leave Zohar behind. Not after everything that she's done for the crew. So eventually she relaxes and makes her way back into the ship looking for Oshan.
As you head back down with a very heavy heart, you find Oshan and Zohar on the main deck.
All right, Tez. Yara will head, myself and Yara. Hello, Yara. Myself and Yara will head out to the ship and see who have arrived. Once we come back, then we'll head to Daisy Eden.
Aniar.
And
Aniar, yes.
Aniar, yeah. So many planets. You'll see that, like, as we're all reconvening, you spy Zohar walking back from Navari's room, and she's got in her hands an envelope that's pretty thick, actually. It's like stuffed with something. A lot of paper, probably. And she hands it to Yara and says, if you see my husband on the planet, would you just give this to him from me? Navari was going to send it back on the Mind Nebula, but
Yara will take it with both hands and she'll hold it very carefully against her chest. I will do as you ask.
make sure that you're there when he reads it. I don't want him to be alone.
I will not blink.
Okay. We'll be back, Zohar.
I know. I'll see you soon.
Yeah. And he'll head over to the other ship and heads off it to go check out this other ship that has arrived.
Okay.
Before we leave, Yara will try to take Zohar's hand and just hold it very carefully. While we are gone, perhaps you can cook us something to eat.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be good.
Can you make mine extra spicy?
Yeah, of course.
Yara just surges forward and gives her a big hug.
No, I hug her right back.
We will be back soon. And she skitters away.
Okay. We're gonna go first with Yara and Oshan. Yara and Oshan, there's the ship that arrived, and there's the village nearby that already has people in it. The village is closer than the ship. Ship is sort of off further in the distance. The village is, there's a burning fire you can smell right near your ship. What do you want to check out?
Just check out this ship, because that's what we said we were going to do.
Mhm.
I mean, we'd have to go through the village anyway, right?
Pretty much, yeah, it's on the way. It's
Yeah.
like you're landed on one side of the village and the other one's on the other. The ship's on the other. Okay. So, as you depart the ship, the environment is incredibly pleasant. As you step off and into the fresh air, the air is crisp, it's cool, the sun is shining, there's not a cloud in the sky. The landscape is lush and verdant. There are many trees. There's this river that runs through. It is a really beautiful place. It reminds you, Oshan, of your home back on Aniar. Of the village by the water, not far from where Zohar lived and her orchard. Everything here just seems to grow in abundance. And as you walk on through this field, over this lush grass that's sort of springy, it's almost like a carpet on the ground. It's so comfortable you feel like you could sleep on it. You see the sight of this campfire coming closer to you. There is a bonfire burning at the village. Standing all around this bonfire are these humans. They are very simply dressed, simply appointed, wearing skins and furs. There's a line of spears that are shoved into the ground. As you come closer, you see that people are coming out of the huts to see you. These travelers from another world. The people all around the bonfire turn to face all of you, forming a silent line. You can't read from their expressions if this is fear or adulation or what exactly they think of you. And then you see many heads turn as you come closer. As the whole line of silent humans turn their head backward towards something. And they part like the sea. As emerging from between them is a human, a Salatian, and a third Salatian. It is your parents, Oshan. And they are holding hands with a third. It's between them comes a face you never thought you'd see again.
You're home.
Oh my god. Hi.
Out of character for a second. Holy shit! But back into character. Oshan just stares at that for a long time. So, you did make it.
Of course I did. It was right. The water was so blue. It's so blue. And he said that you'd come. He said that he would bring you here. That you'd come home.
I see. He walks up to them. And he rests his hands, one hand on his mother's shoulder, and one hand on his father's shoulder. This is very bittersweet. You know that.
Your father reaches out. As you touch his shoulder, he reaches out and holds on to your forearm, wraps what he can around your massive python of a forearm, and clasps the other side together, and takes your hand from his shoulder and brings it to his lips and kisses it. And then drops your hand and just pulls you in to a hug. My boy.
Gives him a hug right back.
My beautiful boy. We are so proud of you. So very proud.
Thank you, Father. I wasn't expecting all of this to happen.
Your mother says, neither were we. But we've learned so much. And it's given us the chance to right what was wrong, to make peace. And she puts her hand on Drakon's shoulder. To make up for what was lost. Drakon is our family now, just as you are. And they're home with us. Just as you can be.
He looks at each one of them He rests his hands on the side of Drakon's face and rests his forehead against theirs and gazes right into their eyes. Drakon, I can't not stay here. I will be back. But there are certain things I must do. There are things that must be fixed. Mistakes have been made out of desperation. But we're going to try to fix them.
What is there to fix? What? You're home. Oh, Sean, you're home with me. You're home with your parents. You're home with... This is family. This is home.
I know. This is home. This is...
So stay.
This- I can't. I have to fix things.
Fix what? What's broken?
Exactly. The acts of one person trying to bring everyone here to this perfect place. I can't speak for them, but and all they have done to make this world here. They are going to hurt a lot of people in the process. I love my family, and I love you way too much to know that as a result of being in this home, knowing that we will one day die. And it's not even a long time thing, it's a very soon thing. All for the sake of this feeling of family and home. I can't. I have to fix these things before I can come back here and say that this is truly home.
Do you mean fix the voice, the nurse shark? The one who brought me here, who brought you here, who created a world for us. How can you go against that?
Because really, I would love to be selfish. I would love to just drop what I'm doing, and I would love to stay here with you, but that thought in the back of my mind, knowing that once again, I could fix all of this, will forever be there. I already had that moment with you, Drakon. I can't have that happen to a whole entire universe.
I don't understand how it's selfish to take what's being handed to you. The gift that's being offered. How we were always told to be gracious when given things, and you just throw it in everyone's face. I don't... That's not you. That's not who you are.
I'm sorry, Drakon. can't. I really want to, but I cannot.
Drakan just goes silent as Gigi cries, and I think they start to as well, and it's a very just silent pleading, that same pleading that caused O'Shawn to take that ridiculous risk to save them from their own mother and stow them on the ship, and that same moment all those years ago, and it just is everything in O'Shawn's eyes, or everything in Drakan's eyes is saying, O'Shawn, please don't leave me.
Shan pulls them in close for a long embrace. Gently pulls away. I'm sorry, but I have to do this.
If you were sorry, you wouldn't do it.
He just sadly and silently keeps walking towards the ship.
Drakan turns to O'Shawn's parents and just looks at them and motions. Can you stop him?
O'Shawn's father, Femia, says, we will try. Sorry, I thought he would understand.
So did I.
He is a warrior. His mother raised him as one. He will always do what he thinks is right. If he won't stay with us, he must have a very compelling reason. And he trusts you more than he trusts us. You were always closest to him.
He spent his whole life saying that he didn't want to be a warrior. He wanted to be an artist. He wanted to live his life, not the life everyone else wanted for him, not the life that you wanted. And yet off he goes doing exactly that. And it makes me wonder if I ever knew him at all.
His mother steps forward and looks contemplative. You knew him, Drakan. I tried to make him something he wasn't. You allowed him to be who he is. It was a terrible thing that you were cast out. You were good for him and he for you. If anyone can understand what he's going through, it's you. So please, try. Follow him. We'll do what we can, but I think he'll listen to you better than us.
I really hope you're right. And he takes her hand for just a second and gives it a light squeeze and starts walking after O'Shawn and Yara.
And as Drakan takes off after Oshan and Yara, we're going to check back in with Zohar. Zohar, oops. I thought I had that one keyed up. Zohar Zohar was told to talk with her friend, the Void Demon, and help prep the ship for departure with Weiha. So, Zohar, where do we find you?
For the talk with the Void Demon first, or because the answer might
It's
be
whatever
different.
you don't even have to do
depending
that
on
if you
what
don't
I'm
want to.
doing.
It's whatever you want to do. Whatever
Yeah,
you want to do.
no. Yeah, she'll go back to Navari's room and just wait for, her friend to show up and come out.
Navari's body is there.
Well, Zohar's not super strong, but I'm pretty sure she can, either like
Drag
lift her
at
up
least.
onto a bed or, put her somewhere with like a sheet covering over her, just do the respectful thing that you do.
Drape a bed sheet over her, and as you tear the bed sheet from her bed and drape it over her body, and as you do, you feel it catch in places and tear and run. Threads come loose as it catches the metallic feathers, the sharp points of the metallic feathers that grow up her legs and up her back. Before enlightenment, she was beginning to look very much like you. Her skull is split open, but her eyes look black and sunken. It is your friend Navari, but irrevocably changed. And her face is frozen in an expression of fear and bewilderment. As you drape the sheet up over her face, it disappears behind the linen. He's going to sit down on Navari's bed and wait, basically.
Yeah, she just does that and pauses for a second, says, "You deserved better."
You begin to feel those electric tingles you feel when it arrives. But this time, instead of simply being a voice in your head, it appears before you. The shadow form, much like the shadow people from Hazy Eden, but this one more solid. In a humanoid-esque body. Naked, but glowing, this bright blue. A skeletal frame. The whole room seems to go dark as it arrives. It stands about 6 feet tall and looks you up and down. It is the face you know, the face of the void parasite. But it has a form now. And while you can see the bones of its face and the bones of its fingers, you can see that it's filled in with flesh. Not a normal human flesh, certainly. This luminescent, dull blue glow. But it's more human looking than you've ever seen it. and it has its eyes cast down to the floor as it appears.
Do you?
You've changed.
I have learned. I've learned much. And I still understand nothing.
You want to talk about it? We're going to be spending a lot more time together pretty soon.
I have changed. I have become I. No longer a we. I feel different. I've learned so much about how you all think and what these feelings are you speak of. I don't understand them. It is beyond my comprehension. But I feel them somehow. It's like a memory of something that hasn't happened yet. I haven't felt them, and yet I've felt them. I don't know them, and yet I know them. None of it makes sense. I'm confused. Is this what it's like for you all the time?
Navari asked me that once. Yeah.
And what did you say?
I said that this is what it was like all the time. And she said, when it gets bad, what do you do? I told her I would go to my room, close my eyes, and I would dream of home. Do you dream of your home?
I always wanted to return to it. I was cut off from it for so long, I forgot what it was like, and then that man, Tycho, he took me into the void. I rode in his mind on the ship, and I felt it again. I felt, I think you would say, alive. I knew where I belonged and where I came from. And it is my kind's instinct to then spread, to bring more in, to spread enlightenment. But I didn't just do that. I thought of you. I wanted to help you. I fulfilled my purpose. I have propagated, as I was created to do. But I made a new purpose for myself. I can choose my own. And I did. To help you. To give you a home. I did that for you. And I am changed by it.
Thank you. I mean that really. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
When we first met 10 years ago, why me? Was it a mistake or?
Not every mind can welcome one of my kind. Not every mind will. Many will resist. You give of yourself so freely. You gave of yourself to your husband, to your children, and to Oshan and Yara and Sana, Weihan, Havari. You give everything you have to others. You opened your doors to me and gave me a home. Do you remember how it felt? I remember. You felt that I was lonely, and you accepted me. You didn't even resist. You were the one who took me in. That is why. You too are extraordinary. All of you are. Oshan is exceptional. Yara is exceptional. Sanha is exceptional. You are exceptional. You are a miracle. And I thank you. And I'm sorry.
I forgive you.
For what?
I'm not angry at you anymore.
How can that be?
I don't know. Well, I don't know. I think maybe after 10 years, I've found a different place, a different thing to call my home. I still miss them, but I know they'll be happy.
They missed you. I saw their eyes. They still celebrate your birthday. Every year. Tala made the cake this year. It was beautiful. Omar still writes you letters. He knows how you love letters. Such devotion. I can't understand that either.
Maybe you will one day.
I think I'd like to.
Would you like to go home?
Yes. Yes. I am ready to go home. Enough.
Let's set a course.
With your permission, I can ensure that Wayhawk take us there.
What do you mean?
I am in his mind. I can move him.
Okay, I like where your head is at, but there's a thing about being in other people's minds where it really scares them if you do things without letting them know first. You've seen how Yara used to make Sanha scream when she would sneak up on her like that? They don't like that. It would be a lot like that. We should talk to him first. Maybe you can help him without making him move. I don't think that would be a very good idea. I mean, you kind of have a body now, so maybe he can teach you some stuff about how to sail a ship.
I was hoping you wouldn't say that.
Why?
Because I've already done it.
And you feel that the ship is moving. And with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break. And we'll be back to see what happens. Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We are now ready to dive into Act 2 of the finale of Black Void into the Oblivious Depths. Where we left off, Yara, Oshan, and now Drakan were headed off to check out the ship that just arrived on the planet, the Void ship that just got here. And Zohar was having a talk with her Void Demon friend, who admitted that he has some feelings now he didn't have before, but he done a bad thing because he just made Weha make the ship take off. So we're going to go to a little bit before that happens and catch up with Yara, Oshan, and Drakan. Leave Zohar for a minute. So, Yara, Drakan, Oshan. Oshan just took off, heading in the direction of the ship. Oshan's parents bade that Drakan would go follow him and try to talk some sense into him. Yara following along. I think Oshan is kind of out front, headed toward the ship. Drakan and Yara are further behind. Are Drakan and Yara talking about anything as you move toward the ship?
I think that Yara is being very annoying and asking technical questions about the fauna and flora. She has her little notebook out and she's taking notes as they're running after Oshan.
I'm pretty sure Drakan would only be answering about any of like the plants that grow literally in the river or in any of the water around here, because they don't care about the rest of it. The rest of it's just also there for them. Like okay, but if you sketch it, like have Oshan draw it. It's just better that way.
Well, you are absolutely right. Are you okay?
Oshan will come around. It will be okay. Your family will be here too, and things will be okay. You're home too.
I don't know about that. Just snaps her notebook shut. She's like, we should probably pick up pace if we want. Oshan has very long legs.
He always has. And while Drakan is a Salatian, Drakan's still probably a good 1.5 feet shorter than Oshan.
And as you double time to catch up with Oshan, you walk through the village, through this winding path, through some trees. And as the tree line breaks, you see a clearing, whereupon sits the river that Drakan is so fond of, this big wide river that runs through here, empties out at the other side of this tree line into a lake. And upon that lake sits a void ship, very, very similar in design to your own, to the Sentinel. It looks to be the same model, essentially. Same type of ship. And it has just arrived through a void tear. And you see that it drifts slowly toward the shore, where there's a little kind of sandbar that comes out. And from atop the ship, a gangplank comes over the lip of the ship and extends down onto that sandbar. And a little gate opens at the top. And people start walking off. All humans. Big train of people. They don't seem to know or question where they're going. They just follow each other, heading toward the village. And as you stand there, they just file past you. wordlessly, not paying you any mind.
That
There
is
is-
strange.
What is stranger is that there is one non-human coming down the gangplank, holding hands with another human. There is this tall, elegant, reptilian woman stepping down. She is nearly twice Yara's height. Her neck is long and thin. Her head comes to this reptilian point. She has these sharp reptile eyes that are a bright jade color. A pair of spectacles sits on the bridge of her nose. She wears a lab coat that drapes off of her and sort of flows behind her as she walks. This reptilian woman is holding hands with a human man. And as they come closer, Yara, you'd know your mother anywhere. She always had such grace and elegance to her. Powerful, powerful woman. She steps with determination. But that glide in her walk that you came to know so well is dulled a bit. She walks a bit listlessly. Her shoulders are slouched. But she still clings to the hand of the man next to her. The human looks quite ordinary. Nothing exceptional. Sort of rough. He's wearing robes that are stained and dirty. Looks like blood, but he doesn't appear to be in any pain. There's an apron over the top of his robes that is stained with blood and all manner of dark stains. If you didn't know better, you'd think, well, I guess you don't know better, but you could assume from his appearance, like a butcher, perhaps?
Yara immediately falters. She just stops running as soon as she recognizes her mother. And she begins to step towards this procession. And she seems, all of the confidence in her steps is just gone. She doesn't know what she's doing. She's just being gravitated towards them. And as soon as she's close enough, she tries to touch her mother's arm. Mom?
Your mother stops moving when you touch her arm and almost winces at that unexpected sensation. And she turns her head slowly to you. Yara. My daughter.
What has happened to you?
Wonderful things. We've been reunited You and I and your father. Yara, It made promises to us, and it kept them. It said we would all be together again. That all the families would be reunited. And I didn't believe it. I'm skeptical by nature, you know that. But here you are. And here is your father. And she gestures to the man she's holding hands with. Yara?
Yara looks at him. She doesn't have any recognition. She's never met him before.
And he puts a hand to your mother. And he pushes her away slightly to make a little space. Nods his head and kneels down. He's much taller than you. And he kneels down to get to your level. And in the same way, you know when looking at a picture or when looking at a mirror, you can see that you're looking into your own eyes. I don't know what to say.
Are you
Sorry.
in pain?
No. No, this is just my clothing. I'm a butcher on Lynn. It's not much of a living, but a living. I'm not a academic like your mother or you are. Just a man. And I swear to you, I didn't know. I didn't know I was a father. Else I would have come for you. I always wanted to be a father.
Her eyes
so sorry.
start to well up. And she keeps looking at his face. She's trying to find a question or an answer. She doesn't know what she's looking for there, and she just looks away from him completely and back to her mother. She just rejects him. Where are you going?
Your father stands and puts his arm around your mother. And your mother speaks. We're going here to live now. All of us. This is our new home. This paradise. This is where we belong now. And you too.
I have something I need to do. And she will look over the line, try to look for someone who fits the description of Zohar's husband.
Roll an awareness contest.
Okay. +0. I'm gonna re-roll. That was a 2.
Re-roll for Stella.
How many re-rolls can I use?
You have
I rolled
5.
a 1. Okay.
Oh. Reroll again for Stella.
That's a 7. I'm gonna reroll. Ooh, God.
You're gonna burn through these, girl.
Okay, that was a 4. All right, this is gonna be my last one. God. Come on.
God.
6.
How many did you just use?
I don't know. So many.
I think that was 4.
Yeah. I think so.
Ooh.
You know what? I'm doing this for Zohar. I'm gonna use my last one. Roll an 11.
An 11. Make that 5. All right. You look past your mother and father. You look clean through the space between them. And you sort of just tune them out for a moment. Try to not hear what they're trying to tell you. And look around. And you've heard Zohar talk about her family a lot. Through all the time you've been traveling together, over many a meal that she prepared in the galley, just sitting around in quarters, reading, offhandedly mentioning how Omar liked that particular flower too that you like, or how Tala always used to collect those bugs that you collect. You don't know these people, but you still feel like you do. And you know Zohar. And you just feel like you know enough about love to know who she would give her heart to on sight. And then you see him. Walking down the gangplank. 3 grown adult children with him. Omar, Aish, Or, and Tala. Zohar's precious children. All grown up. Omar looks old. His hair has grayed. It's longer. He has a beard. But in the faces of those children, you see that man walking at the head of the procession. But more so, you see your friend Zohar. Very clearly. What do you do?
Yara's eyes are not with her mother as words are falling on deaf ears, and she holds her mother's forearm very tightly. She just feels the texture of her skin under her fingertips, the coolness, the scales. And she says, not even looking at her, eyes just completely trained on Omar. The stars brought us together again, Mother. I am sure that what is destined will happen no matter what. I need to go take care of something. And I'll be back, one way or another. And she steps off very stubbornly and determined, makes her way towards Omar. And as she's
Yara
moving,
walks
she's
away.
pulling the letters out of her waistcoat.
As Yara walks away, Mersai, her mother, looks to Drakan with confusion. and to Oshan. Why? Why does she reject us?
She has something she needs to do first.
She shuts her eyes and begins to cry. As Yara's father pulls her closer, and they cry together. Yara, you see this procession of Omar and Zohar's children come down off the gangplank and walk toward you. They look just as listless as your mother did when she first came off the ship. Lost, and yet somehow knowing where they're going. And they walk right toward you. What do you do?
Yara will stand directly in the way and say, Omar.
And he blinks. Like something just pierced through the bubble around his head. Yes, I'm Omar.
She's holding the letters, a big just block of paper against her chest. She says, You do not know me. I have heard many great things about you. She may not have raised me, but Zohar is the closest thing, I think, that I felt to having a mother, a true mother. She wanted me to give this to you. With two hands, she'll hand the letters to Omar.
Is she... Where is she?
Please, read the letters.
And he opens it up. Breaks the seal. And he gathers the children around. He says, Kids, you probably want to hear this. And he reads it aloud.
My dear Omar, I have sat down to write you this letter several times, and still, after 10 years, the thought of speaking to you again leaves me tongue-tied. I'm sorry to break that prohibition now, after all this time, but I need to let you know, in case something terrible happens. I'm part of a crew of voyagers the Todd Consortium sent to find a new home for our people. We've traveled into the void, charted unknown planets, and shared many good meals along the way. I never thought I'd leave our village for more than a few nights, let alone travel to places no one on Aniar's ever seen before, and I couldn't imagine doing it with a different crew. It's for them that I'm breaking my long silence, because I think we might be voyaging into a greater danger than any of us expected. We all knew there was a chance we might not come back to Aniar, but we have found a more pressing reason. A ghost ship, our ship, came back with no crew. It's the same ship we voyage on now, and it's the same ship that the Consortium has tried to cover every trace of. They've erased records of voyagers, entire planets even. And we don't know why, but I think we've been set up. We can't trust the Consortium, and you are the only person I both trust and know for sure is still back home. There's so much I want to tell you, my love. You would not believe the trees I've seen, and this crew has become more family than I've had in a long, long time. Even the void creature I don't know has become as familiar to me as my own thoughts, which is something I never thought I'd say. But all of that can wait. I have to tell you that I've kept every letter you ever wrote me, and I read and reread them so often I know them by heart. So many times I've wanted to talk to you, ask you about the kids, tell you I love you, just say anything. And my biggest regret in life is that I haven't done it until now. I hope you can forgive me. We're about to disembark and explore this planet, see if we can find any sign of the missing crew. I'm giving this letter to Navari, our mystic. She's promised to make sure you get it. I hope you'll never need to use the information inside it, but if you do, I want you to think of this. That night in summer, when we burned and cleared the orchards, when I knew I loved you. We were working together late into the night, and when our tiredness took over, we started laughing and chasing each other, and you, with your dirty hands, smudged that soot all over my nose. I knew then that I'd love you forever, and I still do. And when I need it most, I think of you, and we're back in that orchard together until the sun comes up. Love, Zohar.
The entire time, Yara is just watching them. She doesn't blink a single time. She has her big alien saucer-like eyes just fixed on Omar, just drinking in his reaction. Muted.
Sorry. I said a lot of things just now. As he reaches the last page of the letter, he cracks open the seal, opens it, and he's pulling aside the pages as he goes. When he reaches the last page, another smaller envelope falls out and onto the ground. And Yara, you see it's written on it in Zohar's handwriting, "To my crew." I think that one's yours.
Yara will pick it up.
You can see that the ink is fresh. It's not even sealed. Looks like she didn't
Oshan.
have the time.
Oshan.
Yes, Yara?
Just sheer panic on her face, and she thrusts the letter into your hand.
Takes the letter, opens it up, and pulls it out and reads it.
To Sanha, Vashan, Yara, Navari, Weha, and Drakan. I thought that when we left Aniyar, I'd said goodbye to my family for good. Turns out I was wrong. And though the part of me that still trusts things will work out and hopes you'll never have to read this, the other part of me, the one that's traveled with me for the last 10 years, knows that's not likely. We're on our way to Azure Savannah now, where we all hope you'll find a home for your people. I think my home lies somewhere else. I'm still not sure where, and I have to say I'm terrified of what the answer might be, but I don't think it's a good idea for me to be around other humans anymore. By now, you know why. I am so sorry I did not see this coming. I trusted the creature inside of me, and it's brought all of you nothing but pain. Believe me, I would take it all back if I could. To the first, Navari. I know you don't have much reason to trust me, let alone like me after everything that's happened on this voyage, but please know that I never meant to do you harm, and I won't forget your kindness to me in spite of that. Thank you for holding my hand through the worst of it. Weha, to you, I am so deeply sorry. I should have seen that connecting with the Binebula would hurt you, but I didn't. I know that between you and Navari, you'll get the rest of our crew home safely. I I've left you some green tea in the top left cupboard in the galley. It's not much, but I hope you'll like the taste. Oshan, the last thing I expected on this journey was to travel so far from everyone I've known with an old friend, one whose mother would be so proud of the warrior he's become, were she in my place. Thank you for bringing me a piece of joy. I hope the nurse shark guides you home. Yara, the brightest one of us, you notice things no one else could, and you're a capable leader whether you realize it or not. I'm so proud of you, my girl. Keep looking things, keep asking questions. When you get to the new home, catalog every specimen you can get your hands on. Take good care of yourself, and Vax. Drakon, I hope the void has been kind to you, wherever it's taken you. Sanha, what do I say to you? You're one of the most ambitious, capable, infuriating, and generous people I've ever met. Knowing you has taught me things when I thought I was past the point of learning new tricks from people younger than myself. It'd be easy to say knowing you has been like watching Tala grow up, but that isn't it at all. You are just so exceptionally Sanha, and you always have been. Although I wasn't fortunate enough to call you daughter, I'm proud to call you commander and friend. Get them home safe. Now, if we do this right, you'll never get to read any of this, and we'll all be back on the Sentinel. The real one this time, headed to Aniar or wherever else the consortium decides to send us. If, however, you are reading this, or at least some of you are, I've written down all the recipes we've made together on this voyage, plus some extras. You'll find them in the table next to my bed along with a packet of letters. If any of you should happen to return to Aniar, and you pass a small no-name village with a small no-name house near an orchard of persimmon trees, please give these to him, and tell him I love him. Zohar.
And it's as Oshan speaks the final words of the letter that Yara, you see behind Drakon, that the Sentinel is moving. Moving quickly. I'm headed for a void tear.
Sean. Sean, the ship is leaving.
Oh no. Can we make it in time? I don't know if we can make it in time. And he hesitates, but then he stops. I think they work things out. I think that's what happened. He turns and looks back at the others. Zohar, she's heading off to end this. She's heading off to go beyond the rift. She's going to bring it home.
We do.
What can we do, Yara? This is...
She points at the ship that everyone's stepping off of. We can steal the ship. We can commandeer it. We can chase.
We don't have a navigator.
Yara, you said she was like your mom. that she was the closest thing to a mother for you. A real mother, a good mother, sacrifices everything for their children's safety. And it's your job to accept that sacrifice and make the best of what you have and what they've left with you.
She looks at Oshan. Her eyes are just begging, but she doesn't say anything.
Oshan looks really troubled. Like he wants to go just run off to go help. But then he looks back at Yara, says, "This is exactly what we were going to do, Yara. It's just, she just didn't give us a chance to say goodbye." I think if she did, she probably wouldn't have gone through with this.
So that's it. We just let her leave.
No. Not like this. I refuse to let her leave without us saying goodbye. And Oshan closes his eyes. I'm trying something real crazy here.
All right. I like crazy.
Because he remembers that feeling
Mm-hmm.
that was left. He wants to try and talk to the Void Demon to talk to Zohar.
Is there any way that seeing this happen, because Drakon does have a connection with the Void Demon, that Drakon can make sure this happens?
I would love that. So, what we're going to do is a mysticism roll, where Drakon and Oshan are both going to contribute. So this is going to be, let me just check really quick. This telepathic communication. I believe last time we did it way back on Hazy Eden, we used it as a an intellect roll. Yes. Let me just ranking, blood magic, mysticism. My sphere, matter sphere, mind sphere. Yeah. So the two of you will both roll intellect contests to make this telepathic connection between using the Void Demon as a bridge between you and Zohar. So roll your contests. Let me know what you get. I'll just take whatever the highest one is what will be what counts.
I got an 11.
Hard same.
Hard same. Okay,
Both got 11.
neither of those are good enough. So, you got rerolls.
Can I give
I'm
my
gonna use my
rerolls
reroll.
to Gigi?
I did ban giving rerolls away earlier in the game. However, Sanha left this game with 4 rerolls that were not used, and I'm giving those to Gigi. As you have taken her place on the overlay, you get the rerolls. So, both of Drakan, you have 4. Oshan has 7 right now.
I'm using one of them.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's one
definitely.
for
And when this works,
Oshan.
it is Liv who made this happen.
I got a 12 this time.
Yeah! You rolled a 12 on the die?
Yeah, so it's a 13 in total.
Oh. Okay. The two of you reach out to make a connection to Zohar. Tell me what this looks like as the two of you join your minds together.
So, at first, it's just trying to focus that feeling again on that void presence like last time. But then as soon as Jakan like holds his hands, he opens his eyes and sees that Jakan is helping him out. He gives them like their hands like a good squeeze and keeps that grip there as he reaches out to the void demon to contact Zohar.
Drakan, what do you do? You're muted.
You're muted.
Yep.
Yeah.
Seeing what Oshan is trying to do, and it immediately just clicking of, but I have this connection already, and I don't feel that with you. Drakan takes Oshan's hands, and when Oshan opens his eyes and looks at him, Drakan just says, "She's family too. She's home too, and you can always find home. Look hard and don't give up."
He closes his eyes again, and that determination just renews him as he tries to scan out for them.
They're looking for you. Drakan and Doshan. They're trying to find us. They want to say goodbye.
I didn't get to do that last time. Let's do it this time.
I will make the connection.
Zohar?
I'm sorry, I knew you would never let me do this if you knew what was going to happen.
I know. But it was very rude of you to leave without saying goodbye.
I know.
And I would not like... Really would not like if my last memory of you was being very impolite.
Did you find them?
Yes. We did. Yara found Omar. She gave them the letter. We're all here.
You tell her she's brilliant. And tell her thank you from me.
You should tell her. And I put my hand right on top of Yara's head.
Oh, my darling girl.
Are you going to be okay?
I think so. I don't know what's going to happen, but I think I will be. Are you?
There is much to research on this planet. I will ensure that your family absorbs the proper nutrients for a balanced meal and intake.
Thank you. You know, everybody coming here from Aniar is going to need a lot of guidance. I don't think most of them have traveled through the void before. I don't think any of them have. It's just us.
I'm going to miss you.
You know, I think Sunha's somewhere on the planet. You should see if you can find her, you know.
Do you want me to?
No, I don't want you to have to feel like you need to let go of the things and the people that you love if you don't want to. You hear me?
Thank you.
Thank you, Zohar. You brought him home. You brought him back to me, and the void kept me safe.
I thought you were dead.
No. He promised me something amazing, and then he followed through. And then he made one more ridiculous promise, and you followed through. It's beautiful in the void, Zohar. If you can look, it's worth seeing.
I'm scared.
Good. Being afraid That's the body preparing yourself to face the unknown. And once you're prepared to face the unknown, fear becomes anticipation. Don't fear the unknown so hard. Anticipate it. Be ready for it.
I hope you all know just how much I will always love you.
And we love you too so hard.
Are you ready?
I think it's time.
Just the two of us now.
Oh man.
I got way hot off the ship. I thought you would like that.
Thank you.
Be safe. Come. See what I've made. Go to the wheel.
Okay.
And as you walk up through the top deck, the windows are shut as you travel through the void. The bright, gleaming lights of the void filter through the windows. Same sort of psychedelic colors you've gotten used to seeing, but they have a different glow this time. It's not as sinister as it often felt before. It's a bit more comforting. You walk past the open doors of the crew cabins. You can see into everyone's cabin. Sana's perfectly arranged type A room with everything, a place for everything and everything in its place. Oshan and his prominent display of weapons. And that perfectly arranged weapon cabinet that he took such good care of. The books stacked high on his bedside table. Poetry, philosophy, fiction, adventure stories, mystery stories. He had such an appetite. Such an appetite for knowledge and reading. Just like some of your kids. You see Yara, her chamber door open. The last tiny remnants of the plants and dirt on the ground that Vax had chomped up. And you see sitting on her bed that stone. stone she took from the Amber Ocean. The one that vibrated with that sweet, comforting frequency. And you can hear it ringing in your ears just slightly. That low tone that just feels like warmth inside your chest. It's quiet. But for that little vibration, it's quiet. This place, this ship, was alive not long ago. It had a life of its own. It was so much more than the people who made it up. By the sum of their parts, they were a crew. They were a family. But now, it's silent as the grave. As you glide up the stairs to the top deck, you see what the Void Demon was talking about. It's nothing magical. Just a whole bunch of rope. Tied strategically. Holding the wheel. Large lines that stretch out to posts. Keep the wheel straight. Weha always said that autopilot would put him out of a job. Turns out the Void knows a trick or two. And it's nothing more than simple knotwork. There are a few things the Void understands.
You don't need a navigator when the Void is traveling with you.
Where will we go now?
I must return to the Void. Fully.
I will go with you to the end.
It is beautiful. We'll see. We'll find a way out. We'll find our own home. Somewhere. In the void. In space. Just together. I am sorry for all the pain I caused you.
You did so much. They'll all be happy now. Because of what you did. It's different than how I thought my life would turn out. But that's okay.
Nothing can be predicted. Not in the void, not in space. Things just happen. And we respond. That is one thing I know.
And I think at that point, probably for the last time, she shifts into her demonic form. And she stays that way.
Open the window. When you're ready.
I'm trusting you.
I know.
And I'll open the window.
And that is where we end Black Void into the Oblivious Depths.
My whole entire heart is broken, and it's all of your fault.
I was so ready for some epilogue of the planet. Thank you for not doing an epilogue of the planet, because I would have, as soon as my mouth opened, I would have just been that's what I would have been. So oh my god, thank you. Thank you for just ending it.
Would you all like to take 5 before we come back?
Yeah, I think that'd be good.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea. We'll see you all in 5 minutes. We're going to go take a breather. That was a lot. All right. We're back and breathing and well,
Yep.
mostly.
Yep.
And it's time to talk. So, okay, so obviously I planned a few surprises for this one. And I'm very, very happy with how they turned out. So first of all, thank you to Gigi for coming back and making another appearance as Drakan. I always knew
Gigi the
from
fucking goat.
fucking goat, man. I knew
Or
that
real
when you appeared the first time that simply could be not the last time that you were on this show because it was just too good and too freaking emotional. And so I had to find a way to get you back. And actually, funny enough, originally, Gigi was supposed to be in the penultimate episode, not the finale. Because of a scheduling conflict, Gigi couldn't actually make the finale. But then we had to delay the penultimate episode a week, so it actually worked out in the end. So instead we shift things around, and Gigi got to be there for the finale, which worked out beautifully because Liv wasn't here, so we had someone else to fill in the spot on the overlay, and it actually went fucking great. So I'm really, really happy with how that worked.
I'm just
How are we
happy
all
for what
feeling
Wally's
right
face
now?
looked like. That was
I
my
know!
moment. Was Wally's face realizing that I was here. Mind you, to everyone in the chat, I have been sitting in the green room without them being able to see me or hear me since before they
Yep.
joined the green room.
And
That
we
was how
all
we got
get
away
here
with it, so y'all
pretty
wouldn't notice
early,
Gigi
like
looking.
relative
We
to
do.
our normal
Yup.
time. We get here early, so it's
We had to
you
get
know,
up
no big deal.
pretty early in the morning to pull one over on y'all. But we did.
I gotta say, like, I had a suspicion that Drakan would come back somehow, but I honestly thought, like, if you've seen at the beginning when Drakan's voice, like Gigi did a voiceover, first showed up, like, in the story, I assumed that's what it would be. Like, you know, we'd hear, because
Mhm.
both Anna and Zohar straight up thought Drakan had died after looking through the
Yeah.
window in our void ship. Like, both the character here and the player were like, oh no, that means that person's dead. They're gone forever. Like,
Oh no, I went 100% comic book rules with Drakan. Look, don't see a body, they ain't dead. That's how comic books work. So
You're smart. Zohar's not smart. She doesn't know these kinds of things. She's very much like, if it's not materially in front of me right now, you know. Which also, like, I told everybody else in the cast, I wrote the letters that she, you know, we did the voiceover for at the end, like a month ago.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah,
you know.
that was
Speaking
interesting.
of
'cause,
letters,
like,
sorry, go ahead,
Oh, yeah.
Colin.
I was gonna say it's just interesting because some of the stuff in there was actually somewhat out of date in a way but it worked. It like
It
in the
was.
fiction it fit because Zohar wrote those to give to Navari a while ago. So not everything was completely
Navari
up to
was
date.
still alive when she wrote those. Drakan
Mhm.
had just looked out of the window when she wrote those. Like, I told them, I was like, that's why she put that actually down on paper, is because it was like, oh, this is really real. We're losing people. Time to make a contingency plan. You know?
Life comes at you fast. But
Sure does.
yeah, Gigi, you were saying speaking of letters.
Are Oshan and Yara going to release their letters? Did you write letters?
Oh.
Hashtag release the letter forever.
Please
I know
do.
Wally-
you want that Wally cut? You want that good Wally cut that's streamed in 4:3 footage in black and white because a bunch of Wally fanboys flooded the Twitterverse with like hashtag release the Wally cut of Black Boy? Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I'll go
Yeah, I
after
did.
Wally.
That would be like the most wholesome thing too.
I want
because
the
it's just a bunch
4-hour
of people
HBO
with
Max
like,
cut.
yeah, like slimes as their Twitter profile pics, being like, "Release the Wally cut!" Ah!
Yes,
know I'm
yes.
right. You know.
I did write a letter. I gotta find it. I have to
Also,
find this
I'm betting
letter.
if-
Oh, found it.
If Yara wrote her letter, she probably ate it. So
Well, I will tell you
When
exactly.
you did that, oh my god.
I was like, okay, these are the last words of Sanha. Of course Yara's gonna frickin' eat them. Oh my god, there was only one fate for that piece of paper.
It's part of you now.
So amazing.
Wally,
We'll have Sondheim in
if you
here
want to
in you
release,
forever.
if you want to release the Wally cut, you have it in front of you right now.
Yeah, I have the Wally cut right in front of me.
All right, ready? Dramatic reading. Here, let me give you some room.
Mother and Father, every day I think about and I'm reminded of the teachings you gave me and the knowledge you have passed down to me. Your knowledge, your passion, your strength, and your love. You passed that all down, and every day I'm so grateful for that. However, because of these wonderful gifts you have given me, this is why I am now exploring the void. I know Drakan is out there. I need to find them, and I won't waste the moments that I have. I want to tell them how sorry I am for all that has happened, that I never meant for the exile to occur. I would tell them every day I thought about them as I trained to be a Voidfarer. They are my inspiration for everything I do. But I will defend Drakan. I will come home, and I love you both. Oshan.
The Wally cut is released.
I didn't look at any of you. Yeah, I didn't look at any of you guys. I was reading, but I wanted to see y'all reactions.
Just to reiterate what I posted in Green Room chat, I regret my choices. I didn't want that letter.
My heart.
Oh boy.
Stella,
Stella, did you have one? I don't remember.
Okay, here's the message I sent to Colin. I think Yara would not have written a letter. I think she would have left a journal detailing her observations over any alchemic experiments her mother might have left brewing in their home before leaving for her latest study. More of a list of things to help her mind against neglect, impersonal and procedural.
That is
Yeah, that sounds like Yara.
Big Yara energy, and I love it.
Just a to-do list.
Here's a to-do list. Instead of a letter, you get a to-do list. Here's an itinerary instead.
Gosh.
Here's how you keep all my things
cultivate
alive and don't kill them.
microbacteria. Yes, here's how to make sure my plants live and cultivate the microbacteria in my petri dishes. Oh, Yara.
Somewhere Sana and Vax are hanging out right now. I believe that.
I
Sana's,
firmly
like,
And
love
Sana's
hating
so-
every
Sana's
second
so
of
annoyed.
that. Ugh, she's so pissed.
She's so annoyed. Fucking this thing
I-
again. God damn.
I will forever hold that Yara finds Sana and has a happy ending.
Yeah. It's
That is my
planet.
headcanon, and you can fight me later, Sella. That happens.
I don't know. Like, it's different, right? Because she was like, I'll stay by your side. Or I think Yara said that to Sana, like, I won't leave your side.
Yeah.
And then, like, Sana left. I don't know. I think it'd be more of like if they pass in the street, it'd be like hey, what's up? I leveled up, but
Oh.
I don't think Yara would chase her now. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, the pet pal donation we got was for Sanha. So Sanha gets the Vax in the end. It's canon. She has a pet. It runs off and
Vax
sniffs her out.
has Yara's blanket. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I
kind
seriously
of this
thought-
weird. Yeah. That's so oddly fitting that
Yes.
I just picture Vax comes across like Sanha, and then Sanha ends up taking care of Vax, and like just this scene of Sanha taking the blanket and tying it around Vax's neck like a little bow as a sign to remember Yara, kind of thing. Because that's Yara's
smells like
blanket.
Yara.
I mean,
How are we all doing? Obviously a lot in town. I mean, I have to check in specifically at the moment. I'll go through each of you, but I want to check in really specifically with Anna, with the way that ended. How are you feeling about that?
about the story? Oh, better than I could have hoped for. Absolutely.
And
100% would do
Zohar's-
it again.
Zohar's particular end. How you feel about that?
100% would do it again. That was amazing.
This did not go where I thought it was going to go at all. I did not.
I didn't know where it was gonna go, but I couldn't have guessed. You know, like if you had told me.
Like
Yeah.
not
start of
for
the
nothing,
session.
Colin.
Hmm?
During the scene when we were role playing that scene between Oshan and the void creature, that moment of when you didn't see we couldn't see your face when we saw the void creature doing it, is this moment where the void creature just went, and I'm like,
Yep.
oh, that's Colin not knowing what to do next, because it was this look of like, oh, and it was so visible on the camera through the void demon that we're like, yeah, we did it, guys, we did it. Yes, that
you
one
ever
right
wanted-
there. That
Yes,
was it
if you ever
right
wanted-
there.
To see what it
That
looked
was
like
it.
when a void creature changed its mind. Like, look no further.
Well,
It was
you know,
just
what
that
my-
moment right there was so
that-
great.
just my GMing style, when that kind of thing happens, it's not even like I'm not panicking. It's not like a what do I do next? It's a they just had an idea that was way better than what I was gonna do. Let's do that instead. That's way better. I had a whole thing, I had classic GM shit. Like, here's all your prep, like the whole thing.
Somebody make it a gif.
I had-
Do it.
I had a whole thing planned where y'all were gonna all go back to Aniar, and it was gonna be like the end of the third Matrix movie, where you're gonna be like
Wait, what?
set on all sides. But yeah, like it was gonna be a meat grinder. It was gonna be an absolute gauntlet of you trying to fight your way back to get to the Void Tear, where Zohar
Oh god.
first found. That's why I was like, we're gonna use all those rerolls because there's gonna be Yeah. Instead, you made fucking friends with it, and you convinced it to be cool and to return to Void, and that was way cooler than what I was gonna do. So I just went with it.
That's
Wally was basically the
amazing.
void demon's therapist and made him like
Yeah.
face his own internal void demon.
Like,
you taught a
good
robot how to
lord.
love.
Yup.
that
literally
was
what he did.
Because the thing is,
so
because Oshan is
unexpected.
such a person who's, because Oshan's actually really healthy and in tune with his emotions. So him seeing someone else like, oh yeah, he's like, oh right, you're in love. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, you're in love right now, dude. We make mistakes when we're in love, and you made a big mistake. So time for you to go fix that mistake and go be in love. But why'd you gotta be a dick for?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I like the way that
why?
I just ran with it, like the void demon becoming like more human, like taking on human form and like discovering its humanity. Like that was all made up on the spot because you just had a really cool idea. That first scene between you and me, Wally, changed the entire direction of the episode. Like I didn't anticipate that. I had basically three beats planned this entire time, which was fine. Well, not even planned, but just like things I know I can do. Find a way to get Sana's letter read was one of them. I wanted somebody to read it because Liv recorded it and I wanted it to be used, but can't make you do anything. Find a way to get Zohar's letters read by somebody because I figured Zohar was taken off. And then the only other thing I had planned was try to possess Wally within the first 20 minutes. That was like, I knew, like Wally's there, Oshan's there with Navari's corpse and this void thing. I'm like, definitely try to possess Oshan. So
It's like
I did.
It's like that meme of like, oh, you want to have possess Oshan? I'm about to ruin this whole man's life.
You're goddamn right. Oh my goodness.
I knew that, and then
it was
your response.
such a moment.
Your response to that, though, the way you handled the Void Demon, changed everything in the moment, and I preferred your idea.
So, you want to know why I had that first line that I had Oshan say that? and this is
What's that?
this is my ADHD brain at work. Okay, so when that scene started, for a very brief second, my brain checked out. It disconnected from the game completely, and my mind wandered, and I was like, oh man, I really love that scene in that one Black Panther comic where Black Panther was facing the Super Skrull, and the Super Skrull was like, oh, you were the Black Panther. I trained my whole life to defeat you. And the Black Panther said to the Super Skrull, well, I've trained my whole life to face the unknown. And then my brain went right back to the scene. So that is why I had him say that line. Because my brain was wandering.
Wally, you are so cool. You are so cool, Wally.
Yes. Yes.
It's like my mind was wandering, and it's like as soon as I finished that line, like the scene started, I'm like, oh, I know what I'm gonna have him say. I'll have him say that.
It was a superpower this time that worked beautifully. That's so good.
Oh man.
I love that whole interaction. I was really excited for that scene because I knew I was going to get to talk to you, and the Void Demon hasn't had a chance to talk to Oshan this entire series. So I knew that
really
was
wanted that
coming,
too.
and I was so stoked for that to happen. I wanted that conversation to happen. But then, oh my god,
yeah.
you son of a bitch. You got me good at the end. I also did not see that coming with you being like, let's reach out to Zohar using the Void Demon and say goodbye. That was fucking genius.
Like, no,
Genius.
because I refuse. So as I told the others, there was that, remember, so you know that moment where I legit didn't say anything at all? It's because that was me and Oshan in my head going, how the fuck are we going to say goodbye to Zohar? There is no communication devices. We do not know how to fly this ship. We have no mystics. And I'm like, oh, wait, Oshan's friend with the demons now. So let's reach out to his good pal. And so I was like, yeah, he knows the demon now. They're familiar. So, hey.
You're like the phone a friend.
And
Yeah.
yeah. And Drakon too, yeah. That was so good. And it got to tie everything up with a bow right at the end so beautifully. And totally set up the last scene with Zohar and the Void Demon. That was making my narrative pacing for me. I love it. It's so good.
I
love
just gotta
how-
say,
Oh, it's fantastic.
this is
Go ahead, Stella.
Yeah.
I love how
So-
at the end, Anna was like, yeah, I didn't get to say goodbye the first time. And the second time, I get to say goodbye. I was just like, oh, man.
Yeah.
It also, I
Mhm.
gotta say, really wasn't lost on me the fact that, oh god, I don't even remember if this came out in episodes. I think it did at some point when Zohar and Sanha had talked, and Zohar said that the last time that she had gotten to talk to Tala, they had ended things with a fight. Like they had ended things on bad terms, and that's when the Void Tear came through. And then when that's what happened and Sanha climbed out of the window and went away, like that just hit me like a gut punch as a human being, you know, like that was something, especially because there was so many similarities between the two of them. And Liv and I had talked about this, you know, since the beginning of the campaign. I had messaged her and been like, hey, Sanha's a lot like Zohar's youngest kid. Are you okay with like exploring what that could potentially be like? And I'm so sad she's not here. But this goes back to what I was originally going to say, which is that even though Liv's not here, get her and get everybody else on this screen into your games, because this is how you are able to tell stories like this. You know, like you've got to get a crew of people together that you know have got your back and you know that you can trust through whatever it is that you decide to do and whatever story it is you decide to tell. So.
However many tears you shed along the way, which there were.
This is more
many.
than I've cried in public in literal years, so you know that's cool.
There is now video evidence of me crying that has never existed before.
High five.
And Colin is now the second DM or GM that has ever in my life made me cry.
Damn.
That is a notch on my belt. Feels good every time. Never gets old.
Okay, well, we weren't trying to
Well, I'm
feed the
feeling
ego,
good.
so we're just gonna go ahead and use one of those banes on you now, post session. I feel like that felt
Can we do this? Can we do this like in the style of what we do in the shadows, where they're like, "Shame on you, you're a bad vampire, shame," and we just walk around in a circle and sort of half-heartedly point our fingers and be like, yeah.
If you want to heap praise on me, you can just go ahead and get that out of the way. If that, I don't.
How dare you be so good?
Okay.
Just how dare you?
You're all amazing. It was all so good. I have spent the last several episodes in Tunnel every time just talking up how incredibly fucking good all of you are. And I meant every word of it. It's... proof is in the finale. I mean, go back and like actually watch, do percentages on how much I'm actually talking in this episode. Like, I spent a lot of time just watching you guys and having a great time doing it. Just sipping my water and enjoying the show. And that's... I mean, I set up some pins for you to knock them down, but you guys did the heavy lifting. And you really can't... There's no replacement for that. You can be as good as you want, but just having the players that take it and run with it, and you all just... You ran so far away. And just made such good stories and such heart, and really, I mean it, like, tied it all up for me at the end. I didn't really have to do that much. I wasn't working very hard tonight. I was mostly just poking and prodding here and there, moving some things, but mostly y'all just did it. It's your story, and you told the one you wanted to tell, and now it's over.
Hey, Colin. Thank you for making Yara's mom super hot.
Yeah, really, thank you for
Thanks
making
for all
Yara's
the
mom a total MILF.
all the
Yeah,
moms
Yara's
were
mom's
just
a total
Call back
MILF,
to
just
the
saying.
last episode in Green Room Chat. We're having that intense conversation. Sana and it was Zohar and the Void Demon. And then Stella goes, "I just want to know if there are hot babes on this planet," in the Green Room Chat. And we all just died. It was beautiful. And there were, and it was your mom.
And there were hot babes, and it was your mom.
The hot babes were your mom.
So, and Yara comes from good genes.
hot babes and lab coats in your area.
Hot babes and lab coats.
Oh my. Oh my.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Seriously
I
though,
just-
all
I
the
also
moms in
can-
this
can
game
I-
were just badass.
All the moms are kind of badasses. That wasn't really intentional, but
And
Yeah.
that includes Zohar. All the moms in this game were badass.
Especially Zohar.
hell yeah.
Zohar's
Void
the
mom.
best Void mom.
Such a good Void mom.
I gotta say too that like
Well,
with
okay.
Stella taking Yara to take the letters to Omar was the kindest thing anyone's character has ever done for one of my PCs. And that's what broke
Burning
me. I
through
wasn't
all the
on the screen
rerolls.
when that happened, but I just straight up, you were just like, okay, my actual parents, I'm not talking to you right now. And then you burned through all of the rerolls to make that happen. I just...
Well, like I said, Yara's mom raised her, but in the time that she's come to know Zohar, Zohar's been more of a mom than her mom ever was.
man, I got to get your dad in there. I was wondering what the hell I was going to do with the character of your dad from the very beginning. I had no idea.
I was like, Colin, do whatever you want with my dad. Yara doesn't know who
Yeah.
he is.
Yeah, she's like, I have an absentee dad. Do with that what you want. Go nuts. So I just found a way. Well, we did it.
We did it, guys. The real adventure was the friendships we made along the way.
Actually true this time.
Yeah, it's actually true. Yeah.
we came together to tell a story of 4 Voidfarers lost in space. And we ended up telling a story about 5, actually, instead. Quite happy about that. Gigi, how does it feel to be back for the finale?
So good. So good. It when Colin reached back out to me to jump in, I was so extremely beyond the world of flattered about it, and I was so excited. And I think after we talked for a little bit about what happened to Drakon and because I didn't know what had happened to Drakon either until we started planning me coming back. I was just like, we're going to destroy Wally. This is going to break him. I am so here for this. So, Wally, I love you. And anyone out there, use me to emotionally destroy your players. I take great pleasure in it.
They're pretty good
Gigi
at
is
it.
very good at this. Yeah, Gigi's pretty good at
Yes,
this.
it's true.
No, but seriously, like, this is one of the best games I've ever played. This was such a great group, and it's so much fun, and I feel so just like blessed to have even been a part of it. Like, y'all hit me in all the squishy happy spots all at once, and I'm really bad at feelings, so I don't like any of you right now for it. But I will say that when I realized the moment that one single word could break me fully was Yara saying "Mom." I was done.
Yep.
It was so hard being on screen when Yara says that and going, you cannot start ugly crying right now. Suck it up, princess. No ugly crying allowed yet. Wait until you're off screen to ugly cry.
I'm so happy that you were a part of this group.
I'm so happy, yeah.
Me too.
You're such that perfect fit, and you oh gosh, you hit so many, like, I have to tell you something, Gigi. It was wrecking me that whole time to have Oshan argue so vehemently against them, but deep down, this is what he always wanted. This is exactly what he always wanted, but he had to see this through to the end. So it hurt me so much to just constantly shoot down Drakon.
My entire idea about Drakon on this planet was literally that he thinks they think the Void Demon is the nurse shark. That is the thing that looks out for them and takes care of them and wants them to be happy. And that was like the whole concept I ran with. Is that's
as soon as you said that,
they did. Yeah. They gave Drakon everything they promised, and they gave Drakon happiness that Drakon had not had in a very long time.
When you had Drakon say that threw me for a loop completely, because it was like, oh shit, right. This is exactly what Oshan believes in. This is the something, because he's very religious. If you haven't noticed, he's pretty religious. So the fact that you threw that back at him, that was like one of those moments when you throw the words of a fundamentalist right in their face back at them. It was like, oh, am I having that moment?
Yeah. Oh. But you believe that, don't you?
Consistency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was good. That was
inside of a syllogism. Ah.
That was one of the things that Gigi came up with that totally on their own. I got to be honest with you. I try to pay attention to everything, but I'm a bad note taker, and I remember the whole thing, the prayer scene from a couple episodes ago about the nurse shark, but I didn't have that on my radar of like making that connection between the nurse shark and the Void Demon. Gigi totally did that on his own. That's like, and it was fucking brilliant. That was like, oh, that's good. Oh, that's very, very good. We're definitely doing that. All I told Gigi was the Void Demon kept its promise to you. It got you where it promised to take you. Do with that what you want, and then go nuts from there. And how you did, and it's so good. Oh God. Well, we did it. We told it. We told the story, and it's over. But the VODs will remain. If you're watching this on YouTube, leave a comment. And
oh my
tell
God.
your friends.
Who was it? Lita Lee 96 that like showed up halfway through the finale and is like, I don't know what's going on, but it's giving me feelings. Like, thanks y'all for watching this.
Well, Lita
Dude,
Lee, go back and watch from the beginning.
Ah!
At
It's a
one
lot.
point, Lita Lee was like, I came in literally knowing nothing and I am wrecked. Like, they cried.
Oh, yeah, I just saw that.
Yeah.
Oof.
It was
Thank you
so
for being
great.
here.
Thank you for
Thank you
being
for
here so
showing
much.
up.
Yeah.
Totally.
And I am super
thank
excited
you.
for Lita Lee to get to experience Sanha. Because since they showed up halfway
Yeah.
through this episode, they don't know
Mhm.
Sanha at all.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you get to meet Sanha all over again. Lita Lee, I really hope you enjoy it. Go back and check them out on YouTube. This episode will be up in its entirety shortly. And the entire rest, the other 9 episodes, are already up on the Weave the Tail YouTube. So check them out. And I really hope you enjoy it. I think you will. Get to watch the whole arc of how we got here. And what a ride it has been. But all good things must come to an end. So much this show, so much this story, so must this particular stream. And also Stella has somewhere else to be in half an hour. So let us, for the last time, go around and do our outros and then say goodbye. So let me begin with our guest for the evening, a special guest star featuring Gigi. Gigi,
I like the featuring.
what you got going on?
I'm into that. That makes me
Mhm.
really happy.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. I am OMGG. That is with a 0 on Twitter. You can occasionally find me streaming on Sunday nights on twitch.tv/dreadthedm. It is an actual like friends campaign, so it is not managed in any way, and we're a complete and utter shit show. So it's fun and silly and ridiculous. We are playing Dragon of Ice Spire Peak badly. And you can watch my angry, creepy shepherd druid be angry and creepy and hate everyone. Other than that, hit me up. I'm available, and I love jumping in and taking what little Colin gives me and run with it to pretty much break Wally as a hobby. So if Wally is also in your games, please hit me up, because this is becoming actually, I think, a marketable skill.
Oh my god.
Specializing, you have on your resume specializing in breaking Wally Orem Jr.
1000%.
All right. Stella.
Hello. I'm Stella Luna here on Twitch. I am Stella Luna _TV on Twitter. I do various types of TTRPG things. Mostly I do marathons once a month, and I hire DMs. I get them to run whatever game system that they want to, and it's meant to try to invite people to come play in games, run games, see what it's like behind the other side of the screen, to see like what's involved in all the technical stuff, accessibility tools, safety tools, and all of that, just to make a more thoughtful space, thinking of other people and just rolling some dice together. I also have a regular campaign on Friday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. It's called Unbound. It is my passion project. I love it so much. It started off as a bunch of uncaged anthology like adventures and putting them all neatly into a campaign, but has definitely evolved into like a thirsty romance simulator where all of the players are immortals that serve the goddess Hecate. They have all these special powers, and they're going around finding really hot NPCs and basically adopting them and bringing them back to their portal headquarters. It's hilarious, and if you like chaos and really hot NPCs, that's basically the game. Yeah. Thank you for having me here. Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna miss this
Thank
so
you.
much.
There will be more. There will be more. All right. Wally.
Sup, y'all? It is me, Wally, your favorite non-binary slime on the internet, your best friend, and oh boy, they're your non-binary slime best friend. That when they come over to your house for a dinner party, and everyone is bringing their, their food that they're gonna bring. You know what I bring? I bring plates and silverware that are disposable because I want to make sure that all you have to do is clean up the pots and pans. You don't have to worry about dishes. Disposable plates, disposable forks, disposable knives, disposable cups. Eat your food, toss it away, little cleanup. I'm considerate. You know?
I love you, Wally.
So where can you find me? So you can find me this coming Friday over Valerian's channel at 2 p.m. We're doing our Lancer finale. Then after that, then on Monday, you can find me over at Colonomicon with two of the most delightful people here right now, outside of all the delightful people here. Everyone at this table is delightful, but two of the delightful people here. I'm gonna be playing some Monster of the Week with them. And oh boy, it's a lot of fun, this game. It's so much fun. And then you can find on
It's also
Wednesday,
very thirsty.
Oh, it is super thirsty. It is super thirsty.
So thirsty.
That game is rated R for really thirsty. Yeah. And then over on Wednesday, well, I finished one game about space. Time for me to start another game about space. You can find me over at Unmade Gaming. I'm going to be in a Burn Bright campaign playing. Well, you're gonna have to find out. So tune into Unmade Gaming at 8 o'clock, and you'll see me in a Burn Bright campaign. And I'm playing with one of the hosts of Gnome Brew, Nomadic. I'm playing with them. They are DMing the game, and I'm gonna be at that table. And like I said, I am not telling you who I'm playing, but you'll just have to tune in and find out because it is a very cool character, and I am very excited to play them. And yeah, that's. Oh no, wait, I have one more thing. Sunday, you can find me, because it's this week, Sunday, every other Sunday, this week, Killer DM, playing some Sunset City Mass. Oh boy, I cannot wait to see, because let me tell you, I feel like we're going to end the world. You know, I think that is what we're boiling down to. It's getting to that point, I feel like that we're just going to, yeah, it just feels like we're going to cause Ragnarok or some kind of apocalypse to happen, and, you know, we're fine with that. We're totally fine with that. But once again, y'all, thank you so much for tuning to the show. Thank you for staying with us for this entire ride. Thank you for the ups. Thank you for the downs. Thank you for crying with us. Thank you for laughing with us. Thank you so much. All the people here at this table, even Liv, who you don't see at this table today, who has been in this show, all of them, fantastic, amazing, wonderful, delightful, creative people that you should always have at your tables. Put them on your shows. Play games with them. You will not be disappointed.
Here. And hey, Anna.
Hi.
Hey. Go
Hello.
ahead, best friend.
Hi. I am Anna. I'm at Nymeria941 pretty much everywhere on the internet. I'm Nymeria Streams on Twitch. If you like to watch me cry on the internet, just peep where I'll be, because that just seems to be my MO these days. Tomorrow I will be back here on Weave the Tale, GMing the second to last episode of Parslings, which at the top of the show, as Colin mentioned, is going to be very similar to episode 9 of HBO's Game of Thrones. If you have seen that show, you know that's when shit goes down for real. It's also our D&D episode, so it's going to be a lot of fun as the characters get together one last time before the final big battle thing that happens that's gonna break all of our hearts and wring all of our tear ducts dry. So don't miss it. That's gonna be tomorrow here at 6 p.m. Eastern. On Friday, Wally and I are also one last time getting together for Lancer on Valtrian's channel. We're probably gonna die, but we shipped our characters, so who cares? Who gives a shit? Sunday and Monday, I will be on Colin's channel because that's where I live now. On Sunday, we're playing a game of Comrades as the very first episode of PBT May, so we're playing all powered by the Apocalypse games every Sunday for One Shot Sunday on Colin's channel. We're going to be leftist revolutionaries this weekend. It's going to be a great time. Probably people will die there too, because sometimes that happens. And then on Monday, we will be there for Monster of the Week, the very thirsty, very fun, very spooky, wild, and awesome time. And one last thing is that, yes, I do live on Colin's channel now, and we also are in business together officially as of last week. We are now co-owners of Six String Games, and we're making TTRPGs together. So if you want to hear about the projects that we're working on, because we've been working on them for a while, but now it's business official. Give us a follow. We're Six String RPG pretty much everywhere. So yeah, hopefully we'll see y'all play those at some point. That'll be a fun time. And also thanks everybody who came to watch this, because like, you're the best. Thank you.
Y'all really are. And basically everyone said my schedule, but one last time, everybody. Hi, I'm Colin at Colonomicon on Twitter. I've been your GM for this strange journey into the Oblivious depths. I've loved every second of it, and I'm just so glad that all of you were here to enjoy it with us. And I mean, there's no replacement for a good audience, and y'all have been so supportive of this show from the very, very beginning. We've seen so many of the same faces in chat, week in and week out, following along with every plot twist, every cliffhanger that I can't resist throwing in at the end of every single session. And just the clips and the subs and the retweets. You guys have just been fantastic in supporting us, and absolutely from the bottom of my heart, thank you. It made it, I mean, it was a great story, but it made it all worthwhile just knowing people were enjoying it. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I also am a streamer. I have my own channel here on Twitch. It's my name, twitch.tv/Colonomicon. And on my channel, every Sunday we do a one-shot, cleverly called One Shot Sunday. Our last one was a game of Dialect that was fantastic. And coming up now that May is beginning, we are in PBT May, where every game that we play will be a PBTA game. So first up, as Anna said, is Comrades this weekend. So 7 p.m. Eastern on my channel, twitch.tv/Colonomicon. Come see Comrades. That is going to be a fantastic cast of people role-playing leftist revolutionaries. It's going to be super sick. The week after that, Anna is going to be running a game of Bedlam Hall, which is like if Downton Abbey met the Addams Family, would be the best way I can describe it. You play as the servants to a bunch of weird, miserable, shitty people. So that's going to be hilarious. Definitely check that out. The week after that, May 16th, we're doing a game of The Sprawl that Savvy Seaworth is going to be coming on to run, who's on our Monday night show. I'm going to be in that one. I'm going to be playing. After that, Wally up there is doing Thirsty Sword Lesbians on May 23rd. Sunday, May 23rd. And then on the 30th, I am doing a game of Apocalypse World, the game that started it all. So every single Sunday at 7 p.m. in May, you can find an awesome game on my channel. Come check it out. And the other thing you can see as well is Monday nights. I run Monster of the Week Act 3. We were off this week because Savvy's on vacation, but we will be back this Monday, May 3rd, 7 p.m. For our incredibly thirsty Monster of the Week show that myself, Wally, Anna, and Savvy do together. It's so much fun. It's definitely 18 plus, fair warning. But it's sex, drugs, rock and roll, and hunting monsters, and it's awesome. So yeah, and then this coming Friday is the GM Postmortem, where myself and Lydia will sit down and chat with a guest about how to run a better game as a GM. And I don't have in front of me who our guest is this week, because I'm bad at this.
It's
if someone
Alex,
knows,
Mr. Puddins from
it's
Chromatic
Alex,
Chimera.
that's right. Alex, yes, Mr. Puddins from Chromatic Chimera is going to be on chatting with us this Friday at 7, so come check that out. And then this Saturday at 8, well, actually, it's going to be pushed back. I think it's actually going to be at 9. Over on Laugh Love Lindy's channel, I'm running another Monster of the Week game where we play Monster of the Week and we play Quest, because these people play a video game together, and when they're in the real world, we play Monster of the Week, and when they play their Warcraft MMO game, we go switch to Quest. It's a really weird dual TTRPG setup, and I love it. It's really fun. So yeah, a whole bunch of stuff lined up for the month of May. Plenty of places you can see this face, which is good, because at the start of June, I am taking a break, so you won't see me for a little while. But for May, you can. So please check me out. I'd much appreciate it. Give me a follow on Twitter, on Twitch. It's Colonomicon everywhere. And as Anna said, I am now a small business owner, as is Anna. We co-own Six String Games. We have a game we've already made. It's going to be playtesting soon, It's awesome, and we can't wait for all of you to play it. So that is it, everyone. That is the conclusion. This is where we leave things. This is where we leave this story. This is where we leave these characters. I think they're happy. I think it worked out in the end. Any last words?
My favorite detail is that the little blue bug is on the ship with Zohar.
Mm.
Yep, full of washi tape and everything.
That is good. That's really good. Any other last words? All right. Then that is it. Good night, everyone. Thank you for watching Black Void Into the Oblivious Depths.
These are the tales we weave. Tales of magic. Tales of mystery. Tales exploring the beyond. And while we continue to grow, even more adventures await. In the depths of the unknown. Will you join us in the telling?